into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you. See your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate. You can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good. Imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. You're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger, everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops. You're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening. That data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops. You're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. More than just crops. You're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions. into harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely. It's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. bigger yields. From planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields. From planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields. From planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields. From planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for a hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops. You're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely.
Ons hou dalk net vinnig, ek dink ons dalk 'n ouetjie of twee wat translation dink.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, welcome to everybody that's here today with us in the auditorium, and then welcome to everybody that's online. Ek dink dis 'n baie belangrike dag vandag, nie net omdat hierdie gaan oor.
I think it's a very important day today, not just because it's about technology and data and where technology and agriculture come together. And if you talk about data and data analysis and statistics, it always makes me think of when I was in primary school. So when I was the typical primary school kid, and as normal, we have a children's party, which my mother organized for the morning and the previous day. Just want to say, we brought everything together and we had to go and swim the day, this bunch of primary school kids, and as the previous day carried on and more it becomes overcast and it starts looking as if it might rain the next day. And early the next morning we had to make the decision, is it going to be a swimming party, like we said, everybody brings their trunks with, or are we going to be in-house? And this is going to depend on the weather, whether it will rain this afternoon or not. My mother then phones the weather bureau in Pretoria and she asks the person, will it rain today? And he fell around with his answer and he says, wait a minute. You have to give me a statistical chance of what is the chance of rain today. And he hung on for a while and he says, no, give me a percentage chance. He says, ma'am, just hang on a bit. And he left. And about 20 seconds later, he's back on the line. He says, ma'am, there's a 25% chance of rain for today. She says, but thank you very much. Why did you not tell me this in the beginning? He said, no, well, we had to calculate it quickly. She said, but how did you calculate it? The guy says, no, there are 4 weather forecasters. The one guy thinks it's going to rain. So I think you can apply statistics in different ways, but today is specifically about data, the analysis of data, and to make sure that the agriculture makes the correct decisions at the right times. And if you manage your agriculture in the hope that the exchange rate will save you or that the commodity prices will save you, then you're taking a risk. It is a quite significant risk. The important element is rather to manage what you can manage and not to rely on the exchange rate or the interest rate or on commodity prices. Eventually it's about the margins and how do you manage those margins. And this specifically what data is about, the composition of data, and then to make it applicable on each of the farmers' their specific situations. And then it is about the margin and the effectiveness of the ground. And I'm convinced that given the political environment, the ANC will not end with your ground. The Ramaphosa administration will not take your farm. The farmer next door will end up with your ground if his farm's better and more effective than you. And this comes down on the margin that you're going to apply. And I see out to today's, we see many experts to visit the Climate Corporation a few years ago. But it's quite interesting to see how many IT techies, many technology people, how they made silicon people available and aware in agriculture, and this how it goes out to better decisions for the farmer. We're going to start with a conversation, just 1 or 2 points. You see there's a nice big table where we will sit. Later on we will have a panel discussion, and which we will look at questions and answer questions of both people in the audience as well as people online, and then we can talk about it in more detail. Some of the experts that are here from Climate Corporation, from FieldView, we are going to specifically sit with us and speak through it with us, and we're going to look at the detail. But let's start with the formal discussions. Our first 2 guests. Firstly, we're going to listen to a conversation by John Reines. John Reines is the Chief Commercial Officer at the Climate Corporation, and John is specifically responsible for commercial sales and the operation functions for the Climate Corporation, and then specifically focusing on software and the hardware that allows it. John has a BSc degree in Agricultural Systems Management and Marketing from the University of Missouri. John will join us. It is a video recording that we will play where we will talk about, and next to me then is Dr. Claus Exen. Claus is the head of the group Bayer in Southern Africa, and he will just highlight a few points for you that I think makes it very important to you. Claus Exen has a doctorate in agriculture. His career in Bayer crop science started in 1988 in Germany, and between 2006 and 2019 he has the marketing head of Southern Africa, the regional division head for Southern Africa and chief executive officer of Southern Africa, and this position he's been in since 2019. Claus is born in Bogota in Colombia. He was raised in Guatemala. He's fluent in German, English, Spanish and Afrikaans. Good morning, Claus, and I think this deserves an applause. Thank you very much, Claus. So we are firstly going to listen to John Reines, and after that to Dr. Claus Exen.
Welcome to the virtual FieldView launch. It's great to be with you here this afternoon. I'm John Reines. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for the Climate Corporation. We've been using FieldView in pre-commercial testing in South Africa for the last couple of seasons. Technology offers major promise. It offers insights into things that we've not been able to see before at our fingertips. But the use of technology can also be intimidating. Many of you have experienced already the benefits of being able to unlock information off your planters, your sprayers, and your harvesters through the use of FieldView. In fact, today, as we go into this commercial launch, we are on over 500,000 hectares already in the country. Many of you are seeing the benefits. You've used the technology and you're seeing the benefits of being able to see exactly what you're planting at what population, what part of the field. Being able to monitor spraying during the season and managing bugs, weeds, and disease. Of looking at that information during the season in terms of yield at the end. We're really appreciative of all of our cooperators that helped us get to today. We're really excited to bring this technology forward to all of you new users. And I want to thank you and wish you well in the coming season and invite you to join us as we go through this virtual tour to learn more about this exciting technology. Thank you.
Yes, good morning from my side as well, and welcome everybody.
Outside, there's many people watching us digitally, so welcome. Today, as Theo just said, is a very important day for us. It's the launch of Climate FieldView. If we look back about 100 years, we are about 100 years already in South Africa, and we committed to the people of South Africa. Recall back about 100 or 120 years. And what did we do over that 120 years? We launched brands that are still impacting people today in our country. 1898 was aspirin. Still a product that you use in pharmacies and can buy everywhere today. 1901, Zambak, the real Makoya, a cream that everybody, even the farm workers, use today. And 1912, Dekalb, a product that is still widely used by farmers but also eaten by South Africans. So it's a great privilege today to also mark one of these crossroads by commercially launching Climate FieldView here with you. So we look back into maybe Bayer as an organization. Can I maybe have the second slide here? We're talking Bayer as a life science company. That's what we committed to. And science for better life is our fundament. Theo just talked about science, the data that to really guide ourselves in providing solutions, not only for us, but also for our customers, for the consumers, and of course also for the planet. And it is we already talking about protecting and curing people on diseases because we have a pharmaceutical arm. We're talking also for really driving and improving everyday health in people, in consumers, through our consumer health range. And this is over-the-counter indication. For those of you who have lived through COVID, a lot of stuff is going through Calcivita, through of course, the products that we're really selling over the counter and our multivitamins and also immuno booster type of technology. This is how we're starting impacting lives. And of course, we're also talking about a growing world population, and everybody wants to be fed around that. Doing this together and in harmony with the resources of our planet this is what keeps us going in Bayer. As I said, we're talking about life. It's not only what guides us in terms of impacting, but also the behaviors that we stand for: leadership, integrity, flexibility, and efficiency. And we're doing this to create an impact on farming communities, an impact on the consumer, and I said an impact on our planet. If we go that further into crop science, can I maybe have the next slide, please? We're talking here specifically about the farmer, about how do we bring innovation, how do we bring new technologies to farming, how do we give consumers a better choice towards the future. We look into choices today, and specifically also under COVID, people are starting to have better choices in terms of food. They want to have variation. You can see vegans, vegetarians, biologic waivers coming across the globe, and we in South Africa need to take care of that, because these are currents that are happening. And if we can support that through science and technology, that is what is important. Of course, we never can compromise on sustainability. Company really to set ourselves up to continue thriving and making the unreachable reach on sustainability. 2030 CO2 carbon neutral as a company end to end. That's what we want to do. We also want to get our supply chain to climb onto the wagon and contribute to CO2 emission neutrality. And we're exploring business models together with farmers to actually see how can we capture emissions and how can we make them and convert them into a business model. On the other side, we're talking about sustainability also in terms of reaching smallholder farmers. If we talk about smallholder farmers in the world, it's about how can we improve and impact people that are today producing 50% of the food. And if we speak about Africa, probably even 80%. How can we make a difference out there in providing them with the technology that they can need to uplift their communities and actually start applying science and technology to improve the farmer? That's why we're here and that's why we're thriving. While we are sitting, of course, in Africa, let's talk about Africa. Let's continue exploring this, because here we're going to very quickly come into the discussion that Theo was just mentioning now. And here we come into the South African farmer, a farmer that is not supported by government, a farmer that really has to look at the macro and microeconomic environments and making decisions across his farm in order to really sustainably farm and be profitable. And that is the edge of where we see this technology that we're talking today to impact. So we're talking about tailored solutions. You can see it here on the slide, or could see it on the slide. It is about combining our crop protection rates, our seed range, and now starting to build out decisions on top of that. If you look back into the slide that you're seeing here, it makes it actually quite easy. Today you're talking about shaping the future of farming and talking about health. If we look on the single farm today and just look at our offer towards the farmer here, and this is largely looking into the central areas, the key areas for mealies and for soybean, cotton, sunflowers, we're talking in a range in terms of Bayer already more than over 100 product lines. Now you're talking about fertilizers, you're talking about other inputs towards your production system. And you are a farmer that is maybe farming for 30, maybe 40 years. How many decision points do you actually have to make these choices right on an environment in South Africa that has variable soil types, various climatic conditions, and market environments that are free-floating on an open market system? It gets very, very complex. And this is where data can help you. This is where data coming together into data points in different layers that can actually start making sense on a specific farm, on a specific field, on a specific area of the field, where inputs, where sustainable management practices can yield a result both in profitability, but also none at the expense of sustainable farming long term. Because it's not about you only. It's about your kids, it's about your generations that you're investing into your farming operations. And this is why this makes me very excited, because the collaboration between climate, and Bayer and the launch of FieldView actually marks that opportunity where thousands and millions of data points. We're talking today already of a computing ability that's bigger than what NASA has in the United States of America. This is what this data capability is already. Data, however, doesn't make any sense if you don't put it into layers, into meaningful decisions, and then you are able to open up, to actually say, I would like to engage with this. And this is where trust comes in. It's an important one. It's either a trust between the farmer and Bayer, it's a trust between the farmer and other input providers. It's basically the farmer to decide who he or she is taking up into that circle of really making more educated decisions about farming practices. I'm really very excited about this. I'm looking forward for this engagement where we're expanding our trust and really starting to connect millions of data points to make more sustainable decisions in farming that makes our farmers more compatible, more sustainable in agriculture in South Africa. Thanks a lot.
Baie welkom. Ek is Theo Forster. Dis my voorreg.
Welcome a lot. I'm Theo Foster. It's a privilege to talk to you today, and I am going to stand still of where South Africa is now, specifically regarding the political climate. I'm going, in each of these discussions, I'm going to highlight what is positive, the good things, the good. Then what is not good, the bad, which is bad. And then the ugly, which I think really are problems. But then I'm also going to want to stand still at different spell breakers, some elements that cannot change, many things that these type of predictions, these type of scenarios would put them can push them in a different direction. But let's start with a quote. Professor de Kivit said at a time that South Africa will, in the future, will go through political disasters and economic. South Africa progresses through political disasters and economic windfalls. Interesting to mention that. And today it is applicable. But Professor Kivit was a professor at Cornell University and later president of Rochester University in the USA. But he said this in the 1950s, in the late 1950s. And today it is as applicable. We struggle on political terrain, and we then lean on economic windfalls. So let's start with our South African economy. And I just firstly want to stand still with a few things that are very good. If we firstly look at the institutions, our Reserve Bank does very well. I think although you can differ from the Economic Policy Committee, it stays a rational, independent decision maker, not as what we saw recently in Turkey, where the president was sacked the fourth head of the Reserve Bank in 4 years, purely because he did not agree with the president. We have an independent monetary committee, and it has to stay that way. Secondly, I think if you look at the recent budget, the Treasury stays a rational, expert institution. So when it is rational numbers and numbers that you can see are studied in detail. We have private property right, and our courts protect it. Yes, there are risks regarding the change in the law, but we currently we can carry on. We have a free media, a media that can report. We have a free judiciary. We have a free state that can support you in the constitution, in the courts. We are many things that go for us. And from an economic side, we remember we are in the environment of very low interest rates. I think we have to realize truly that we are at the bottom turning point of interest rates, and I agree that the next movements to the end of the year will be upwards. The movement will be upwards. I think it's small movements. It's a 0.25% here and a 0.25% there, but we have to realize that interest rates is the next movement is upwards. Now it is the good things that are for us. The other element that I think I am very excited about is, I think, slowly but surely, going into 2021, will be a lot better than what we have expected. This is positive. But the challenge is if we take that growth rate through to 2022, 23, 24 as the time carries on. Behind this growth rate, and here we maybe come to Professor de Kiewitz's economic windfalls, behind this growth rate is a very strong commodity prices, especially metals and minerals, and that those strong commodity prices helps our mining sector, and the mining sector is still a very big supplier of external valuta, the employment in South Africa, but also the contribution to the treasury when it comes to taxes. And this is the second point. Our tax income looks a lot better than the initial predictions. It gives us a little bit space to the government. Of course, the agricultural sector does very well, and here the agriculture sector have to be congratulated. But then there are a few other elements. Slowly we are seeing positive signs from the manufacturing sector, and it will be positive because it's growth. And then also, normally when you move out from a worldwide recession, there's capital flows that will go to upcoming markets. So these are the good things, and I think we have to stay positive about that. The bad is it is critical that Eskom has to give predictable, sustainable power to the South African economy, and totally Eskom's battling to do that. If you listen to Andre de Ruyter, then he talks about from September side it will become more predictable, then load shedding will be a little bit easier to predict, and specifically the reason behind it, it is like the planned maintenance schedule. It starts bearing fruits. We just have to remember that except for Kusile and Medupe, the average age of a South African power station is more than 40 years old. So take any car, take your car. If your car is 40 years old and you have not serviced it the last 20 years and you drive it into the red, it will break. And secondly, to repair it is not simple. It will cost you money. Good. That's the problem with our big power stations. They are old, it wasn't maintained, and it was pushed into the red the last 20 years. So that's a very big problem, but what we at least also see is the government is starting to make progress to add private capital to power generation. That process, of course, you want to see happening quicker, but it's starting there. The second thing on the bad side is the government do not get out of this ideological strife between private capital and government capital. Simply the government holds on to the idea that the state can deliver big products, and unfortunately the history tells us our government does not have the capacity to do this. We try to maintain this big bureaucracy, but this bureaucracy can unfortunately not deliver what is expected of them. If you want to move to more of a social dispensation, more of a government that plays a bigger role, it is one factor is an effective state and effective bureaucracy, and we don't have it. To lean on the government to do things, it just won't work. They have ideological problems. Thirdly, the ugly South Africa's government debt is slowly, quickly getting to unsustainable levels. Let me give you an example. More of 20 cents of each rand that is gathered by tax is currently spent to be able to maintain our debt, and we simply have too much debt, and we are paying too much for that debt. So to get out of that ugly situation, two things are necessary. Firstly, we have to have economic growth. If you can get economic growth, this comes back to the point, yes, this year will be higher growth, but it's not about this year, it's about 2023, 24 and further on. If you get economic growth, many of these problems can be handled. If we don't get economic growth, then we are unfortunately on a gravel road, and that gravel road will not end well. Second point is the government institution must simply cut back on their salaries, and this will be a massive challenge for the minister to convince the government unions to take a cut on salaries in the next 3 years. 1.5% here average has to be cut. This will be a difficult growth. So this is where economic situation is, and this is where I want to stand on the rand and the way the rand goes up and down. The EMF a few years ago did a detailed study regarding specifically what influences the up and down movement of the rand specifically, and it was a detailed study with quite indicative statistics over a long period of time, and they found that there are three factors which determines the up and down movement of the rand. Firstly, the biggest factor is the world commodity price levels. This, I want to say, that South Africa stays a commodity export country, and the stronger the commodities in the world is, the stronger we look. There we have the wind from behind. We definitely have strong commodity prices. If you look at the mining, the profit and the export numbers of minerals and metals, it's going well. That factor is supportive to the rand. The second factor is when they normally have capital flow to upcoming markets. If we make our sustainability and focus on our attractiveness, we will definitely get a windfall from that profit flow, that capital. And then the third one is political stability. I think we have to admit that we were more stable than what we were, especially in the second part of the Zuma era, but still that stability and the perception of stability is the third factor. So those factors tells you that there is possibly in the short term there are positive an impact regarding the rand. What I want to actually say, in the longer term, the rand will depreciate. Let me tell you why. While South Africa's inflation rate is higher than America's inflation rate, which is currently the case and which will be the case in the foreseeable future, the buying power of the rand will depreciate, will go down in terms of America's, and that band where the rand will depreciate will be in play. Yes, in the short term it can go stronger, but yes, it might surprise you in the short term, but will the rand stay in line with the difference of inflation or the difference in buying power? Will it depreciate over time? What can influence these predictions? I think the main factor at this stage is to which level can a third wave of COVID or the coronavirus put the economy under pressure. Unfortunately, if we look at what's happening in Europe and we look at the renewal limitations and restrictions, it's clear that South Africa might not miss this one. The question is to which level will it impact the economy, and I think there's one unfortunate part in South Africa. I think that the government's, their rollout program regarding vaccinations is terrible. The question you have to ask yourself, is it a surprise? Unfortunately, we sit with a government which has a record that when it comes to service delivery, it is a tragedy. So I think we have to realize that the vaccination program will go with stops and starts, and many parts of South Africa will eventually not get, while we will struggle to really get a vaccination program going. So these are things that can change these things. But in the limit, we look at that we are in a better position than what we were last year, and we are in a better position than the past 10 years. Decade, but that's in the positive. Let's get to the political environment. Again, I want to start by what is good, what works in South Africa. I think if we just look at the Zondo Commission, then we see we have a working system, a working constitutional democracy. Our courts function, it's a working system. We have a working parliament, we have elections, so that is all positive. I think that element we are quite positive about. We have a free media, we have a judicial system that is respected, so I think those elements are positive and they are strong on our side, and we have certain government institutions that functions. Just remember one thing, the government delivers to 18 million recipients it wasn't always like it, because I don't think any one of us is dependent on that giveaway. If you see that you have an opinion that the government of South Africa worries about their people and that then answer to their promises, that section of the people experience the government completely different than what we do. Now good, that's the good part. The bad side is we are stuck in this ideological mire, and this ideological mire I'm talking about is there's an ideological struggle between exactly what type of policy the ANC must follow. And this brings me to the second point. One of the negative effects of South Africa is, unfortunately, we do not have a sustainable alternative as a government to the ANC. This is very sorry. We would have liked to be in a position where there were opposition parties which could really take on the ANC and could take them up to such a point that there would be a change in government that's possible, except for the Western Cape and certain town councils, it's not possible. To a very large degree, we are a single-party state. This is not where you would have liked to been. We would have liked to have been that there was more competition, and because this is the case, it does mean that the political discourse takes place within Luthuli House, and within Luthuli House there is a coalition, an uncomfortable coalition. That coalition is the Cyril Ramaphosa faction, the governing faction, as opposed to the radical economic transformation faction. And the sorry part of this is that struggle does not take place in Parliament or within the electorate, but within the party. And this brings me to the ugly. The ugly is if that radical economic transformation faction in any way can get any momentum, then South Africa has serious problems. That consists of many people that run away from the judiciary, many people that's fingers were in the cookie jar, and many rabble that hangs around them. And this is the challenge we have in South Africa. If you look at Cyril Ramaphosa's faction versus the other faction, currently the indication is the opposite. This bunch of rabble, I think, has a lot less support than what you think, but it's dangerous. If you have to fight back to stay out of an orange suit, then you have to fight tooth and nail. So this is what we'll see. So this is the case that we have to then check and view well. But let's look at what the year will run out to next year. I think we can take this discussion and pull it through to December 2022. This is the next ANC National Conference, and this is when Cyril Ramaphosa's faction will have to make themselves known, or make themselves electoral opposing the other faction, which will probably be the radical economic transformation faction, most probably under the leadership of Ace Magashule, if he is still out free, and this is the faction that Cyril and his faction will have to stand up against. And I think as we get closer, expect that we will start seeing how these battle lines will be drawn. We will see what happens, and as the time goes up, we will see these two teams and will be defined. But later on throughout this year, in the third term, we have the municipal elections. There's a possibility that COVID might delay it, especially if we get a third wave, it might be delayed, but we have municipal elections. Remember the previous municipal elections, the ANC, unfortunately for them, and it was to a very big disappointment for them, and I think positive for democracy at that stage, and I'm not so sure it will carry on again, but positive for democracy. The ANC lost certain of the big midrans. I think of Tshwane, Pretoria, Johannesburg, Nelson Mandela, and the ANC would try to win those back. But that election, somewhere between August, September, October, November, will take place over the same time where the Zondo Commission will be given to the President. That report can have a massive impact on the political dynamic, and I think what we're also starting to see, especially in Gauteng, is independent candidates which stand quite strongly to the fore, and they are starting to pick up serious speed. And the question is, to what extent can that momentum can arrive to the electoral box? If you look at the spell breaker, the one is the Zondo Commission, other spell breaker is most probably the judicial system and process. Also in the third term, we'll look at court cases regarding Ace Magashule and court cases against former President Jacob Zuma. Between the Zondo Commission and the prosecutory authority, this can change the playing field, and those changes can have a big impact on how we will look at the future. So this is approximately where the spell breakers sit on political level. So let's see where this leaves South Africa. Our first priority is we have to unfortunately get economic growth. For economic growth, it is primarily important that the presidency, and this can be nobody else's task but the presidency, will create enough trust in the country so that we can get capital flowing into the country, so we can get investment capital, so these projects can get off the ground. This will mean that things like the whole taking away of ground will have to be applied in a rational, sustainable way. It means that the debate around the Reserve Bank has to be concluded. This will mean that the fear regarding pension funds will have to be addressed. I have to say, all these elements are currently on the agenda, but it will have to be addressed, and then not just to create local trust but also international trust. Then the presidency and the Minister of Finances will have to test it regarding the government salary raise, and this will be a litmus test regarding the municipal elections. But remember, the single biggest union within COSATU, remember the governing alliance is still the ANC, COSATU and the SACP. The biggest union within COSATU is the government union, and this is the union that have to agree to lower income raises. Somewhere will be just as important. We will have to see that people that are guilty and that have been found guilty by a court will end up in orange overalls. If we do not see that, this trust will not work. So what is my opinion? We are in a very better situation than what we were 3, 5 or maybe 7 years ago, but there's still many boxes that have to be ticked before we can get growth in a sustainable way. Thank you very much. I hope it will assist you with decision making. But now let's get to the important section, Igularu of FieldView. Now this is where big data, to use the English term, or big data, this is where it comes to agriculture. This is where thousands and thousands of measuring points, sources of information are processed so that you as an agriculturist can make better decisions. So Igularu from FieldView is up next. Good day to all our producers. Today I'm going to talk to you about FieldView and how it makes it easier for you to take millions of data points and collect them and put that into one platform where it can be analyzed easily, and that we can get data-driven insights from it. In a modern planters today and also harvesters where the GPS frequency runs at 10 Hertz, it's possible to get a data point and capture it every second. So for example, every second many layers can be generated, and if we take a planter as an example, you will see what cultivar you planted, you will see what date you planted this cultivar, also the depth. You can control the depth. You can, for example, see the organic material layers, what the temperature is, and how much soil moisture is available. So all these different layers then becomes available that you can see in FieldView to be able to analyze the data. How it works in the past, farmers basically took the data with a USB and downloaded it and put it in a different software. With FieldView we make it easier. We use the FieldView drive. Now this FieldView drive connects only by means of an Apple iPad, and both has to be available in the cab. So it connects to your 9-point diagnostic port, and most of the modern equipment has it available, and from there we read the GPS but also of course the CAN bus data. In the data stream then streams basically from the FieldView drive straight to your iPad, and then from the iPad it goes to the climate cloud via 3G, or of course if you connect the iPad to Wi-Fi. The importance to have the iPad in the cab is of course if you do not have signal on the field. So if the iPad's in the cab, the data will be continually recorded on the iPad, and the moment there's connectivity, then the data will of course then go up to climate cloud. So I'm going to tell you a little bit more regarding the key features in Climate FieldView and the live stream data that it gives you. When you have the iPad in the cab, you can see how your layers build up in the cab. So the operator that sits in the harvester or in the planter can physically see how the layers build as fielded, and of course send it up to climate cloud. But it's also possible to organize a field remote session. So if the farmer is not there, then you can use the iPad or your iPhone and you can sign in onto the iPad that's in the cab. So it doesn't matter where you are from, you can still see what is going on in the cab. The other important key feature is of course the yield analysis tool. Here we analyze the farmer's data as it basically comes into the platform. So if you take your harvest and your plant data in FieldView, then we analyze the yield and we standardize it to 12.5% already. So this makes possible to then compare the yields between fields, but also if you have your planted data in it, you can also compare between cultivars. This of course makes it that your whole farm will be analyzed, so it makes it much easier to have all the information available, and what average yield is. You can also see how it compares to other cultivars that you've planted this season. So FieldView also assists the farmer to consequently regarding activos. Remember the FieldView, the quality of data that you put in is the quality of decisions that you get on the other side. So if you then read in the cultivar wrongly, or you read it in write it with a capital or lowercase, then it will register as two different cultivars. FieldView assists you to plan the cultivars, your prescriptions, also your application layers can also be put into FieldView beforehand. This makes it possible that when you are in a cab and you're basically right to start planting, you can just choose the cultivar. You don't have to type it in again, so it makes the data quality so much better. We also then predict in FieldView that we supply the field health advisory. With the field health advisory are satellite images that we send to the farmer weekly, but each field boundary that you basically create on your farm, it will add the historical images with it, so it assists you to compare between seasons as well, and also see weekly how the biomass accumulates. So now we predict 3 different images. The first one is a true image that you can see. You can see if there are any clouds or shades of clouds that influences it. The second one is the vegetation map. Then you look at the biomass accumulation. You want to see the chloroform, but you also want to see how much the biomass accumulates from one week to the other. So this assists the farmer to decide where there are problem areas in the field that can be and has to be addressed. The scouting map, which is the third image, is basically where we analyze the index on a daily basis. This shows you where the statistical differences in the index lie and the differences in your fields. So those areas that are red, that has a low biomass index, this is what you want to give attention to. You want to drop a pin there and go straight to that point and have a look at what causes the low index, whether it's drought, whether it's diseases, or whether it's, and of course then this brings me to the scripting tool. In FieldView then of course have a script creator. With a script creator you can, varying tempos can be seen for seed, but also for fertilizer and also for chemistry. Now many farmers still they haven't written their own scripts. In the past they made use of agronomes, or advisors to write the scripts, and there's a good reason. The software is of course very expensive. It's also very difficult to work with it and understand it, so it's also easier to just give it to an agronom. But with FieldView we made it very simple. You can basically, in FieldView's script creator, you can draw your own zones, and in that zones you can already assign your rates. And what it makes it easier is the fact that of course for all the different rate control monitors which is available in the market, you can then, so the monitor can read it. So with FieldView we make it easy for the farmer to share important data layers with his advisors. So there's advisors that comes to his farm, his seed, his chemistry and his fertilizer advisors. The farmer can basically share this data to look at tests or different fertilizer levels and see which work best, and those you can take those decisions with your advisor. With FieldView you have a username and password that protects your data. Only you as farmer has access to the data, and you can decide with who you share it with and also for how long. So it's very easy. You can also send it directly in the app, or you can decide what type of data you want to share, whether it's a PDF for example, or if you want to share the spatial data with someone that wants to write a prescription for you very quickly. But it's important to realize that the farmer has full access to the data. You can always put it in or take it out of FieldView, and you can also share it with his advisors. And of course after a certain amount of time, if he doesn't want to share it, of course he then can pull it back. How your layers are basically built, you can get quick insights immediately of how a cultivar is achieving or performing, or where there are problems in the field that you want to address with FieldView. And it's important to understand, because the iPad, and it's an Apple iPad that is in the cab, you can only remote view with an Apple device to the Apple iPad. So when you have an Android device, you for example won't be able to remote view. This is the only function that is not available to Android. But you get FieldView also in the Play Store, and of course you can do everything with FieldView except the remote view. Also, one thing I would like to clarify is the ease of use that it brings in with the harvesting process with FieldView. If you harvest and you go into the field and you put your table down, you will already see what cultivar you are harvesting. The reason for that is because we have a field boundary already. We know exactly what you've planted at which GPS reference. So when you put the harvester in, according to GPS, we know what you're harvesting. So it's not necessary in FieldView to put any plates down or field reference points to be able to see. You know exactly what's planted where, and this of course makes it interesting because you cannot have boards that are pulled out or get lost or that get confused. So it's very important when it comes to testing and accurate dating and good data quality. With FieldView, you also see, of course, how you build your layers within the cab, and you can, on the iPad, you can work on the iPad, you can create field regions, and you can actually make decisions regarding cultivars while you're busy harvesting before it even gets to the climate cloud. But the moment your data is, of course, available and it's been sent to climate cloud, you can go to the yield analysis and look at that, and all your cultivars is there, analyze according to their performance. With the yield analysis tool, FieldView of course makes it possible for you that all your data is then brought together and analyzed automatically. So when you have, when it's from the iPad to the climate cloud, you have an option to go to yield report, and FieldView analyzes your data according to field boundaries. You can see exactly the amount of tonnages that you have harvested for the year. You can see what your average yield is across your whole operation, but it's the most important is to see that you see tonnage per hectare and average tonnage per hectare. FieldView prioritizes it from high to low already for you, and of course there's important that fields that are constantly performing below your average, you can see what you can do to improve that. Part of the yield analysis tool, of course, is you have your cultivars inside. So if you have mapped your planting view layer in FieldView, then yield analysis will also analyze your cultivars across the whole farm. Now your whole farm is a testing area, so all your cultivars, you can see all their performance right across the whole farm. And again, here it's important to see those cultivars that do better than your average. Those are the cultivars that you want to plant because it suits your management style. It works well for you on the farm. And of course, these cultivars that are below your average, if after 2 or 3 seasons is still underperforming, then you have to systematically phase them out. When it comes to on-farm trials, I think the most value that can be added for farmers is here. Most farmers would like to see how their product performs, whether it's fertilizer or cultivars. With FieldView, you can analyze it quite simply and easily by only running field vision reports on the app. So within seconds, you can either see your pass, or you can just draw in a section on the iPad that within seconds will then query the cloud service within seconds, and within seconds you get a report back. This report, of course, you can print in PDF format, and you can also share that with all the interested parties in the testing. With the field health imagery, the images here, you basically get your image, your satellite image on a weekly basis. The aim of this is to assist the farmer to in time make decisions and take actions if something would go wrong on the farm. And you know, with farming, there's always something that tries to take the yield away, whether it's illnesses or diseases or weather. But with FieldView, you can then look at it and identify it early. If you get your images, you get them weekly. Those areas with a low biomass index, you can mark them, you can drop a pin on it, and you can go straight there and go and have a look. Is there something that you can do? And of course, your advisors on the farmers can be brought into to take quick, purposefully aimed decisions. Here I just explained to you regarding how we have the pin drop feature. So you can do 2 things basically with FieldView. You can create a field region, or you can drop a pin. Now those pins are GPS reference, so you know exactly where in the field that position is. But then of course you can also take different photographs, you can write notes, and you can also give them color codes. And the moment you have saved the pin on one of the devices, let's say it's on your phone, then on all the different devices that belongs to the same account, it will basically sync to it. And you also have a share function there. That share function is what you want to use with your agricultural specialist or expert. And when it's not in FieldView, you can still share it with him. You can do it either via email over the iPad, or you can WhatsApp it, or you can send him a text message. But that agricultural expert will see the exact photograph and the exact point, so it's easy for him to go and analyze it. And of course then the opposite is also true. If the farmer share his field boundaries or his field view, then it can work the other way around as well. The agricultural expert can go directly into the account, drop pins and write notes, and the farmer then will then get the notification of it. And the aim of that is to make that chain shorter, that advice chain, and to get the right product, to spray the right product at the right time. So this is the script creator tool within FieldView, just to show you how quite simple and easy it is to use. Within FieldView's CAB app, we have a new beta version that was brought in, where you can basically normalize your yield layers. So you can choose your field boundary, and you can say, but for this one, or this, we can choose data again, and the farmer can decide which years he wants to use, and then he will basically normalize your yield chart across that 4 years. So in this case, we have a yield layer that was brought in as a background. You can clearly see where the lower producing areas are versus the higher producing areas. So in this case, this is a planting script, and on the left hand side you can see the zones that we have drawn in. So with FieldView Plus, it is a manual process, so you have to physically draw in your zones where you want to add certain populations, and then of course per zone you say what is the population, but you can also split those zones, or you can basically merge them. And then of course the most important is to draw in the zones. But if you've done that, then you basically get a variable rate script which looks something like this. And with this you can save this as a primary description on the boundary. In the case of John Deere, where we are connected to John Deere's, then directly from FieldView via Operations Center, you can send it to your equipment, or you can basically save the script and export it to in any format, and save it on a USB stick, which of course you can read into your controller. This is also important to see that if you have already written a prescription, you can write a summary, and in the summary you can see how many bags of seed of which cultivar you require. So again, in that instance, it also makes you easy to make the correct order. Thank you for your time. If you want more information regarding Climate FieldView, please go to our website. It's www.climatefieldview.co.za. Thank you very much. I am always surprised, and it is a sign of a person really knows what he's talking about, if complex technical aspects can be conveyed, that I understand it and that we don't understand it. Good, thank you very much. And I know you've gotten it right for so long, to be so accurate and still talk that everybody can still follow. Thank you very much. But good, this is one thing to look at the product and what it can do. It's a different thing to hear what people say that have been part of this process up to now. And we're now going to listen to two inputs from agriculturists that are part of this, that have already working with this process and have been coming a long while with it. We're going to listen to Japie Breed and Armand Marx, and each one we've asked each one of them to give us a little bit of background and to tell us what their experience is of this. I'm Japie Breed, farmer from Babsfontein, Gauteng. I farm with maize, soybeans, potatoes, and sometimes peas. Last year, just before harvesting, Bayer and FieldView came to see me and just introduced me what FieldView is. On my database was saved. The ease of use of it is totally on a different level. Our farmers are not too afraid with technology and too ahead with technology in terms of how it works, but if you can just draw your regions with a finger on a picture, it makes it very easy. So everything is then drawn into there directly. Everything speaks to each other. If you have an Asabas implement or any tractor, doesn't matter what color it is, you plug in your adapter and it reads everything in time. This changed my farming completely. The technology makes everything more worthwhile for me, more effective. So you can still work on the same rands per hectare but get more effectiveness from your product. While here I stand with a cob 22 rows on 100,000 stud, you can look at the effectiveness. I do tests for myself and I don't have to mark out anything with sticks and stuff, and the chance that somebody can steal them or take them out does not exist. that's gone. So I have all the data on my FieldView app already. I can just spray right across the field like that and just mark it with and then I harvest over it and I tell you what the yield data was in this region compared to the rest of the field, and this is what adds value to my business. I have data that I can use. I can make better decisions because because I have in-time data. It makes the world open to be able to do anything. If you can think about something that you want to try, you can do it. You don't have to have everything perfect and measure everything out physically. It just makes it so much easier. It's worth every cent, and I cannot work without it. I am never going to work without it. Without FieldView, I cannot make decisions that I'm taking currently. I'm Armand Marx from Green. I farm in the Northern Free State with mixed sunflower, maize and soybeans. 2 years ago we started putting precision equipment in our equipment to be able to be more effective, cost effective and be more effective. We have put precision planting into our planter technology, into a planter, which is one of the better decisions I've taken in the farming. It assisted us to really that we can manage our planters as effective as possible. The next challenge we had was to be able to collect the precision farming data in one place, where Bayer then came with Climate FieldView that came to us and we use it, and I must say truly and honestly it is exceptional technology, because all our data and data points is brought to one place and we can make decision making there on a daily basis, and our experts make a lot of use of it to make suggestions for us in time and timelessly so that we can act in certain conditions. Every 3 days we get images from FieldView imagery and vegetation index that gives a vegetation index for us. From there and those images we can then quickly act, and a expert can look where there are problems and where there are not, what do we have to do and not do, which assists us a lot. I'm talking about the soils that we planted this year and harvested. We saw that the images of a certain date correlates the best with the yield data, which makes that next year at that stage we might get a better yield of the better marketing of the grain, which might give you the edge in 20 or 30 days earlier, that you have an idea what your yields would be. It also assists us with tests from the field we're standing now. We've done a standing test where we vary the stand between 20, 30 and 40,000, which we also adjusted the fertilizer on the one test, and the other one we kept the fertilizer the same to see what the difference of the fertilizer and different stands are, and it's quite impressive to see the differences, and FieldView just makes that so much easier for us to be able to control that in terms of monitoring, in terms of data, and to be able to go forward. There it is. I think if that's not a proof, or the English word a testimonial of the value that it can add, then I do not know what is. But good, the question that I think has been created next, or which the potential users might want to know, how do I get access to Climate FieldView? How does it work to get myself involved in this and get access? And here Jaco van Zyl, he's Bayer's marketing head, Climate and Seed Growth Africa. He will talk to us regarding exactly how to get access. How do you get access? Now, just some background. Jaco has 10 years experience in the seed and crop protection industry as a seed and marketing strategist. He has extensive knowledge of agriculture, of the sector, and he has a good grasp and insight in crop protection, seed treatment processes and agricultural processes, about exactly how do you get access, do you get access to Climate FieldView. Good day everybody, my name is Jaco van Zyl, and today I want to welcome you to the 2021 introduction of Climate FieldView, and which was a great expectation for this day, because it took a lot of planning and long planning to get here, but thank you for your time, and I hope that you enjoy the presentation. I then start by telling you more about the Climate Corporation as a company, which was launched in Silicon Valley in the USA and introduced the first time in the USA in 2015. After that, also introduced to many other countries, including South Africa, where eventually we can do the introduction and launch of it. We then, of course, have walked a long road with FieldView, and together with us, producers walked with us, which assisted us to test this platform and to ensure that it is a platform that fits to their farming businesses. And we've really gotten very good feedback from them, and we want to thank the producers that have tested this platform for us. Then we had the beta phase, where we then went over to the commercial to discover FieldView, convert it to there, where the producers can still test the platform for a year, and then to be able to see if it is something that they can look at and will work for them. We then also look at to be a data partnership for the producers as a company, where we assist producers to bring their data together so they can use it, so that it's not necessarily just lies around and is unusable. It is very important for the producers to, at the end of the day, be able to make good and important decisions, to be able to take his farming business ahead. How we did it, we looked at 3 pillars. The first one was getting your data in one place and to bring it together so it doesn't lie around, firstly, and secondly, that it can be analyzed and can be visualized so that you can see exactly what the data is telling you. After that, we also look at to be able to analyze the data so we can see what the performance of the products are, or the programs that are being followed in the farming, and then to be able to use that easily to make decisions. After that, you can also get regular satellite images to be able to manage the fields furthermore and better, after where it shows you the biomass differences, which you can react on immediately. Furthermore, if you have brought all this data together and you have a lot of nice data together, you can start backing the layers of data one on top of the other, and you can start looking at different characteristics of the product, like variable seed prescriptions, which then assists you to also be able to make better decisions. Which plant, where Climate Corporation is a pioneering company in software or digital platforms, which then assists you to manage your farming better, but also to manage it easier for you to be able to make decisions, to be able to improve your productivity, and also be able to simplify certain parts of the farming. This will then assist you to be able to make more effective decisions. So the software and the hardware that comes with FieldView gives you readily deeper insights. It also helps you to have those insights readily available at your fingertips. The data as an agronomic service also assists farmers as well as their agronomic advisors to sit together and plan, and also take decisions for the next plant season. So the platform, we look at partnerships where we will then bring other innovations together under one roof, so that it's easy to be able to stay connected and also to be able to have everything readily available. We also then have our people in the field, which of course knows the product well, to support you there, to make sure that you have a good experience of the product, and also the service provided by FieldView. Also, we are in a partnership with Bayer Crop Science, and through that it ensures that we can have these tailored solutions and offer them to the farmer, and makes it simpler for you on the farmer, and to be able for you to carry on. So if, as Climate Corporations, for us to assist consumers to bring their data together through this hardware software that we offer, for example the FieldView drive, as well as the software on the tablet that can be downloaded. This then assists you, of course, then to, when the data is together, to visualize it, so that so comparisons can be made according to different programs, historical programs versus current programs, that will hopefully give you a good indication of what you need to do and actions that need to be taken, but also assist you the satellite images to be used to be able to make diagnosis, and also be able to work interactive with your agronomic advisor so that he can be involved and to be able to support you in terms of your decision making, how to get access to Climate FieldView. Please go to our website. There you can read up regarding FieldView. We share a lot of information there. There's also different videos to look at, and of course then you can then go there to register. This is also then where you can then look at your equipment to see if it is compatible with FieldView and the FieldView drive. The FieldView drive is normally compatible with most equipment. Otherwise you can go to your closest Bayer representative or your Climate FieldView representative so that they can make an appointment with you and get you on the platform. As part of our Discover FieldView program, it is nice for us to say that you can still test it for a year for free and to see for yourself if it is something that fits into your farming. Then at the end of my presentation, thank you very much for your time. Please go to our website for more information and enjoy the rest of the program of the presentation. Thank you very much, Jaco. Jaco and Higu will be part of the panel discussion later on. So for those of you who are in the auditorium, we will give enough time for questions, and also those that connect to us online, we will give time for questions, and we would like to discuss those questions in detail. But both Jaco and Higu will be part of this panel discussion. Now we're going to listen to Derek Beach. He is another one of the agriculturists that is involved in this program, and which will tell us more about his experience up to now with Climate FieldView. I'm Derek Beach. I'm farming just north of Middelburg. My father and I farm together. We farm maize, cover crops, and then livestock. We use FieldView to varying application on the calcium and the fertilizer and on the planting. We're trying to collect more with data collection and to be able to use this data better in the future. For 2 seasons we've used the Climate FieldView to bring all the data together, and extra data that you couldn't capture in the past, really, that you could hold together. So, since we've used the Climate FieldView, we can now start seeing what worked in the previous seasons. You can now go back on your planted charts and what you've done, which day did you plant, which speed did you drive at, different applications that you've done, and then we can compare that with our harvest data to make decisions for the next season. It's a simple thing. It works very easily. I will most definitely suggest it, because it works with all the manufacturers. It can collect all the data for you, and everything can be held together and be accessed. Now, good, if you have trouble, you can phone immediately. They can assist you to sort it out. It's very accessible, easy to use, easy to set up in the tractors. My father's also coming right with it. The older people can work with it quite easily. It fits in quite well. We can build many maps with it, especially on the planter. All the different downfalls and the smart firmers, we can show all of that, and all those charts, you have it available. You don't just have it in the cabin while you're plotting that you're seeing it. You can now keep it forever and ever, and in the future we can fall back on it. There it is. Thank you very much. We are now going to take a break. It is now 10:10. We are going to take a break for 30 minutes, so 20 to 11 we are all back here. And that session is primarily a panel discussion that I will have the experts in front with me. So please, I invite you, come to us again in half an hour, 20 to 11. Then we're going to try and to answer any questions in detail for all of the people that's here, for the people in the auditorium, but also the people online. I'm going to have the experts up front here with me, but also Mr. Deekop South Africa will also join us for some of the questions, so we will talk about it in detail. So we now have a break for half an hour, and then I see you exactly 20 to 11.
When you farm, you're growing more than just crops. You're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and often, saving you time, yield, and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability. FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store, and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield, and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insights. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store, and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield, and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store, and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield, and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and in place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops. You're growing data. Data that can help you make the season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store, and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield, and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning When you farm, you're growing more than just crops. You're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store, and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield, and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. Hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops. You're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView drive, you can capture, store, and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield, and money. With FieldView, see your digital field know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops. You're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data, and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see, spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data is profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. Field to insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health imagery lets you see every hectare and every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight. When you farm, you're growing more than just crops, you're growing data. Data that can help you make the best decisions to increase profitability season after season with Climate FieldView. Using the FieldView Drive, you can capture, store and analyze your data safely and securely in real time and all in one place. That's good for your data and your farm. Field health every field so that you can spot and scout for potential stress early and often, saving you time, yield and money. With FieldView, see your digital field maps built in real time so that you know exactly what's happening in the moment. Plus, you can share that data with your trusted partners to help them help you. Don't wait for trial results. Use your farm's data to create your own seed, spray, fertilizer, and hybrid trials to make the right decisions for you. The yield analysis tool lets you compare hybrid performance so that you will know what would do best this year and allow you to make the best seed choice for the next. It all adds up to better decisions and bigger yields, from planning to harvesting and everything in between. FieldView, turning billions of data points into insight.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to have a panel discussion. The core here is questions, to answer questions, to speak informally a little bit, and in many cases might a little bit formally. So I would like to invite you, be it in the auditorium or online, to send our questions through. We will try to answer these questions to our best of our ability. If anybody has specific questions to a specific person, please state it. We would like to answer them, but I just quickly want to introduce my panel so that everybody knows who's on the panel. I think it is a very selected expert bench. If there's a specific question, let be it to someone specifically, or otherwise we'll look in the panel who will do it. Now, furthest from me is Kobus Steenenkamp. He's the commercial manager for South Africa for Bayer. I think, in short, Kobus is, I think it's much easier to recognize him as Mr. DeKalb South Africa. And Kobus, welcome, hearty welcome. We are looking forward to your inputs. Next to Kobus is Josie Hendricks. Now, Josie is the managing manager of Cerealis Precision if it's about specific farming regarding the elements of precision farming, or then to be able to use data more expertly, then Josie will be able to assist us with that questions. Josie, next to him is Tyson Zunkel. Tyson, they farm in the Bergville, Harry Smith area. Next to Tyson is our two guests, our two speakers that we've already listened to, Hugo Leroux and Jaco van Zyl. We have already heard from them. And then Armand sits right next to me, Armand Marx. He is a mixed farmer in the northern part of the Free State. He has also spoken to us, but I'm going to start by asking Kobus a question. Kobus, just remember to depress the red button when you answer. Kobus, technology, precision farming, your experience of South African farmers and the use of technology, how would you describe it? Yes, I think we are quite advantaged in South Africa that we have a group of producers that are technology hungry, and I think we've seen it over the last few years, approximately 20 years, with the introduction of biotechnology and the acceptance of biotechnology. So we're coming a long path with technology in South Africa. Regarding precision farming and the acceptance of the climate FieldView technology, I think it's exceeded all expectations. It's such a case that we have, and the question or the demand is much higher than what we have the supply for currently, which we want to look at seriously as a company. For the producer, we want to give the best possible experience. So I think on the one side it's very positive, but also a major responsibility on our side that what we supply to the farmer can work to his biggest advantage. I have it now. Jaco and Hugo, this is a compliment. Have you marketed too seriously, or why would they say that? Yes, what I mean, marketing is quite important in general, so I think we might have exceeded ourselves slightly, but I also think it's about the enthusiasm that we've taken that comes from our producers to produce and to be able to contribute and participate. We also talk about South African producers, and I think agriculture in general are early adapters of technology, and if something is introduced in the world, we want to participate immediately. So I think this is what contributes to the success of it. Hugo, from your side, Theo, I think our South African farmers realize that technology gives him that competitive advantage, and I think the quicker, and they already have the equipment available, I think FieldView is that platform that brings everything together for the farmer, and it doesn't matter what level you're farming at, and by that I mean exactly precision technology is what I mean. With FieldView you can very basically then capture your data, and I think the only thing that you truly require is a harvester with a yield monitor. So if you have that with your GPS, then you can use FieldView, so you don't have to feel, man, I must just invest in the equipment first and then get FieldView. You can use it either way. That's why we have that big demand at this early stage. I think one of the questions that comes from the digital platform, and now while we're talking equipment, I'm going to have you answer that question immediately, and that question is FieldView able to connect multiple devices remotely? change them according to me being president for every decision. Hugo, I'm assuming you are looking at that. Yes, so Theo, for sure.
On the iPad in the cab, the equipment is connected and it's streaming data to the cloud. So you have to at least set your boundary active, and you need to select the equipment that's going to work. Then there's also options in boundary as the data is being recorded. And of course you can do it for multiple devices, but each device need to have an iPad and a FieldView drive connected in the cab. So yes, you can do that.
I'm going to go to Josie. As iemand wat spesialiseer in presisie boerdery.
As someone who specializes in precision farming or precision farming business, if you look at it, and we spoke earlier about climate field view, but how do you see the use or the recording or the embracement of this technology? Thank you to you. I just firstly want to connect to Kobus regarding the use of technology in South Africa. We are a supplier of agricultural technology equipment for the past 13 years, and we see an amazing quick adaptation of the technology almost year on year, quicker and quicker. At this stage, we see it, like we say in the aftermarket, most definitely a quicker growth. How the technology is accepted, approximately about 30% per year that the technology is growing at. This is on the aftermarket, and you also see it on the original equipment. The manufacturing side, more equipment comes with this precision equipment already supplied, so the farmers actually they assume that the technology will already be available on the equipment, and they almost require and demand that this technology is on the equipment. So if you just look at the South African farmer, the farmer doesn't argue with it. He competes internationally, not with his next door neighbor, and he has to compete with other markets like the American farmers, who has better soil, higher organic material, higher rainfall. And this is why South African farmers would like to incorporate technology to be able to be a lot more competitive. We also see it where the South African farmer has the corporations were a lot smaller in the past. Now the average farmer has a bigger operation, and the margins become smaller and smaller. So more management is required. So management becomes more important to keep this sustainable, and that's why farmers start implementing technology to be a lot more sustainable, because there's a lot more management required on a farming operation currently. I'm then going to take the question to the two agriculturists in front of me, Armand and Tyson. Let me start with you, Tyson. What made you decide to move to this, to specifically move to precision farming in your farming business?
Out of our fields, and more return on investment and getting more yields is where the bottom line was. So going as far back as 10 years, starting with GPS, simple things like GPS, and then probably 3 to 4 years ago, starting with the precision planting equipment. So for us, we're looking for, like I said, more yield, which comes down to your bottom line. And if you can get those plants more evenly spaced out of the ground at the same time, and so on, it all bottles down to a better yield at the end of the day. So that's what we're looking for, and then having looked at the precision planting equipment, you start seeing what they can actually do, looking at trials and stuff, and then having set up our first planter with some of these precision planting things on the planters, we immediately saw difference in emergence, in even stand, depth, which all boils down to a better yield. So for that, I think was the more precision stuff on our planters, and now we have all our planters set up with precision equipment, just because we see that the return on those investments is there.
Very interesting. You talk about
I think for us, initially we do our crop budgeting quite conservatively, to not get any surprises by the fluctuating market prices and all that. So I think it's a difficult one, but we do individual crop budgets where we try and monitor and try and see where are we going and with the cost per crop and difference between dryland and irrigation, and where our inputs are. So budget quite conservatively, and from there on, anything that's above that is a benefit. And then obviously you can see the crop pricing through the year, how is it going compared to how we've budgeted, and there on we'll try and see if we're going to maybe add more inputs, whether it be foliar feeds or stuff like that.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the floor at this point? Any points?
All right, I have a question for the panel. Can your chemical and soil data connected to a different supplier? Thank you very much, Fawn. And I'm going to ask you, Igu, that you look at that, because the whole data and who owns the data, where does the data lie, and how can you use the data. I think Fawn raised a very important question here regarding data that you have collected, how you can use it and integrate it. Thank you for the question, Fawn. So yes, any supplier, the FieldView is an open platform, so your cultivars can be given any names as well. So for ease of use, we already give you your chemistry and your fertilizer and your seed. We give them references that are registered in South Africa. They're already on a list, so the platform is open so that you can read it in yourself. So if you want to give it specific names, you can of course do it this way as well. Regarding Theo's remark regarding data, I think it's important to say that the data in the platform that is captured belongs to the farmer. It's the farmer's data, it's his equipment that captures it. You get a username and a password that you can protects your data on ClimateView for you, and as a farmer you can put the data in, but you can also take it out, so you can decide who you want to share your data with and also how long for. So I think FieldView is that platform that brings everything together in one place and basically gives the farmer that ownership of the data, so he can decide how his data is used. We as a company use data only for one thing, and this is to all the data that we have in FieldView we can group together and anonymize it basically, and then we use it to, of course, to build new equipment in FieldView. If we look at what's coming in the future, the advanced seeding script, this is where we get that information to build the stuff for the farmer, but this is the only way in which we can use the farmer's data for them in the company. Are you comfortable with the answer? Has he answered your question? Yes. Then we have another question that we received from one of the digital remote reviewers. Ask Jaco to comment on this.
Short and sweet, what is the cost structure? Jaco, I believe you the...
Yes, Theo, thank you. So interesting question, straight to the point from the beginning. I like that. So so we obviously now commercially launching, and so this means that our platform, the website, is also now commercially available. So you can go onto the website and buy a subscription, as well as some of the hardware. But I think it's also important just to know that we do have this Discover FieldView program where you can use and explore FieldView for 1 year for free, where we kit you up. The only thing that you need to buy is the iPad, and then you can test it for 1 year, and then when you decide to continue, we can, then you just buy the kit. If you don't, then that's that. But you can always buy a subscription also if you don't want to go through the Discover FieldView program, which is linked to which is also important in terms of supporting you on the farm. So, but yeah, the cost is on the website, so please go ahead and visit our website. Everything, all the information is available there.
I just want to take that one step further, Jaco. In terms of information, contact persons, what is the easiest or best way? You talked about the website, but clearly some people are more comfortable to have a face-to-face discussion. How does that service delivery model work?
Thanks, Theo. It's a good question. So if you want to take part in the Discover FieldView program, you can contact your Bayer representative in the area, and he will make an appointment with you with a field product specialist, such as Hugo next to me, to make an appointment with you and visit you on the farm, and then Hugo will then onboard you onto FieldView, and this includes you setting up your equipment, and also checking the compatibility of your equipment.
I'm going to come back again. If there's any questions, you're welcome to ask them from the floor. Is there any question at this point? Yes, sir. Would you mind?
If you thought 10 years ago, nobody thought this technology, or nobody would have been able to predict it. But if you think of Climate FieldView, what it is today, is there any space for development for the future? And will a farmer maybe at a stage have to buy an upgrade or have to buy a new thing, or is it something that he can buy now and he knows he will be able to use it for a while, and there's space built in for development that will come in the future? Thank you. I think this is an excellent question in terms of technology and in terms of use. I'm assuming, Hugo, you will answer? Thank you very much. It's a very good question. So yes, for certain, I think what is happening with the FieldView is the biggest agricultural platform out there. So we are 23 countries that we are in, and in total maybe more than 60 million hectares that has been mapped. So it's not a platform that will disappear easily or quickly. So I think innovation is in our blood. It is in Bayer's whole the outlook in agriculture. So innovation will come constantly, and you can already see, with FieldView, each month there's new features that arrive. So I think most definitely one of the things that get feedback from many of the farmers, and which I know later will be available later this year, is the universal scripting tool, where you take your yield layers and your satellite image to be able to create your zones with one click, to make it easier for the farmer to write his own prescriptions with one click. So I think one of the exciting things that are coming. So I know, for example, if you look at FieldView and how we analyze trials on cultivars and seeds and chemistry, and also fertilizer prediction. So these are things that will come, so to make it for farmers easier to lay out trials on the farm. So with one click you can lay out your trial, put your controls in, and analyze your data, where everything is connected to FieldView. So yes, so I think innovation will always be there with our, while Bayer is driving it. I think the follow-up question regarding that is, and I think this is a challenge with all technologies, so as time goes on, the development goes quicker and quicker, and the doubling of technology happens quicker and quicker. And the question is always, at which point do I make the capital investment, and at which point is there do I have to wait for further development? Just a little bit of your answer on a type of question like that. Through as quick as possible. I think if a farmer stays up to speed with technology, it's easier to, of course, be able to afford the new things, and then to expand on that furthermore. FieldView, you can, from basic level, even if you don't have all the newest and best equipment, you can already start to look at agriculture digitally, and the satellite images you get automatically. And many of your field bounders and your safe folders you can basically create in FieldView immediately. You don't require anything special to do it. And if I hear back from my farmers and we talk about precision and how quickly it pays for itself, depending on what you're doing. But within a year, 2 years, 2 seasons, you can already pay it off. It is expensive and there's a big step in that you have to do, but if you keep up with the technology, it is possible. Then Armand, I want to come back to you. You are a family farming business. If you change, for other farmers in the same situation as yourself, if you have to give them advice regarding precision farming, regarding the use of, for example, FieldView, what impact did it have on you and what will be your advice? Thank you, Theo. Actually, I wouldn't come out now already. Now I'm just making a joke. Now, we are about approximately 4 years that we are on precision technology on the planters, and I think the 3 years that we've been then do the FieldView as well. And I think what it meant for our farming, it's very difficult to be able to convert it into value because we haven't measured it again against what it was previously, but it definitely made a major difference and it really took our farming a lot further. And specifically focusing on FieldView, I think the cost of FieldView is not too expensive. I think any farmer can afford it. I think we eat more at the spur than what FieldView will cost you eventually. But what would it mean for you in your farming if you on a monthly basis produce something, whether you sell Coke monthly, next month you can do something different to be able to address that, what went wrong. What you can achieve in 3 years will take us a lifetime. So next year you must already be better than what you were last year, and not a little bit, a lot, because you have to grow with this thing. Otherwise we're going to keep on staying behind. And I think FieldView gives you that opportunity to be able to do it. FieldView puts you at the point to know this is what I did last year, this is what we did yesterday, and this has to change today, and it has to change tomorrow and next year, to on a constant basis to be able to move ahead and to be able to get better. Thank you. I think it's a very clear answer, Josie. Your comment on that, to improve every year, will that eventually lie with technology and precision farming? Definitely, Theo. I think it's an issue of, like the Englishman would say, adapt or die regarding the technology. Like I also mentioned earlier, the agriculture or farming becomes so complicated because your farming becomes too big. You sit with so many variables that you have to control and manage. You sit with margins that get smaller and smaller. And if you do not implement this technology, you will truly just not be competitive anymore. I think you mentioned it earlier as well, that one of the biggest challenges at this stage is not the politics. It's your neighbor that might be able to farm better than yours, that might farm on your farm next year. The technology, it actually becomes so necessary. It becomes unnegotiable to implement the technology, non-negotiable. If you can just see what technology can bring to the table. On the input side, it has an effect as well as on the output side. So on the input side, there's technology currently available in South Africa, which we have marketed for the past 2 or 3 years, which can bring up to 80% saving on the input side. On the output side, we look at technology that between 5 and 15% can increase your output, depending on which basis you're working from, up to 30% yield that can be brought to bear. So really, you as a farmer, it creates the situation where you as a farmer cannot carry on without this type of technology. And like we mentioned earlier, Hugo also mentioned it, you don't have to start with everything because it is a big investment. But if you make the correct investment, so you firstly look what is the weak link in your operation, and then you start addressing them one by one. And as you invest in technology, one technology that you have invested in within a year can be paid off, and then you start with the next weak link. So just to conclude, technology is essential. And what I like about FieldView, and we as a company, the Cerealis, and also myself personally, was also always a big proponent of FieldView, just because for me as a service provider, it gives me the correct information to make a better to give better advice for the farmer, better advice to the farmer in terms of the technology that I'm selling. Then on the one side, we just look better because we give good advice and we add more value, which makes our business to the farmer more sustainable and keeps it that way. As many times, there it is. Kobus, I want to come back to you. Technology is connected many times to younger people that are more comfortable with it. If I look at the audience here, it's a lot more younger people, if I can mention that. Even the panel is a lot younger people. Many people talk about the average farmer becomes older and older, but this is not the experience if I look at this. And my question, I want to put my question in two elements to you. Do you think it's an advantage that younger people come to the farm in terms of technology, or do you think it is a myth that the older people cannot handle the technology? Yes, I think we mustn't make generalization regarding age. I think you can divide it into components. If you look internally at Bayer as a company, with a digital transformation, it's one of our strategic pillars for our future. And if we look at that to the acceptance of that technology internally in the company, it's across the total spectrum. Now we have young people in the 20s that perform as good with the technology as a 50-year-old or even an older person. So I think it's not specific, age specific. I think it's about that person, the English word attitude of that person, and does that person have a passion to move with agriculture ahead to help shape agriculture for the future. And I think we see it with our producers as well, a total spectrum. And this of course is the fact that the fingers of a younger person is a lot more dexterous on the keyboard and on the iPhone's buttons. So this does make a difference there, most definitely. But we saw that the more how you're interested in it, then the use rises under the older producer as well. So this, of course, is advantageous, and we have informally discussed here where more and more young people come to the farms, have finished studied or directly out of school, and they come to the farm with a different skill set. Of course, this complements the total farming business itself. I think if there's a new access to the farm, I think there's a diverse way of thinking coming to the farming. Let's say, Dad, let's look at this precision technology. Father, have you heard about Cerealis? I've recently read about FieldView, so I think this brings a new perspective. And what we see today, and also in the audience today, is that there is an increased amount of younger people that do return to the farms. And I think this is very positive for us. COVID had massive negative effects, but there's one positive, of course, is that the positive focus that has now been fixed on farming. I think farming is a more front and center, and it becomes a lot more attractive. And of course there is this new draw of young people that makes it that's not an archaic system of a lot of hard work, sweat, and be in the sun the whole day. That there's a pulling force for them. Yes, it's odd how technology can change an industry profile, but I'm going to ask Hugo and Jaco the same question. The acceptance and the use of technology, do you experience that age plays a role, or is Kobus correct if he says it's about attitude, or the English term used, attitude, plays an important role, a very important role? What is your remarks? Yeah, I don't think it's really an age thing. Some of our farmers that use FieldView is in their 80s, and then of course the younger people as well, and I think this is what makes it very nice. If you look at a cell phone, how cell phones developed, and today each one has a smartphone. It doesn't matter which age you are. So I think it's more regarding how you would like to work with data, your view regarding that, and it doesn't really make a difference. I don't think it makes any difference. Do you want to add something, Jaco? Yes, I think so. Yes, I agree. I think age doesn't have to play a role, but like Kobus mentioned quite accurately, definitely the attitude towards technology. I mean, most people have smartphones, and it's quite easy to work with. So, and FieldView is exactly the same. I think FieldView as a platform for what I've learned in my time with FieldView, I also saw with myself, even when I work with a platform, it's probably the easiest platform to use in terms of its interface. and what the farmer then sees or the user can see when he works with the platform. So it's quite an easy platform, and I think it is comfortable enough for anybody to work with. I see we have a question, a digital question. I think maybe, I don't know if Jaco or Hugo wants to answer it, but the question is FieldView crop specific, or can it also work on ranges of vegetables? Yes, thank you for the question. So FieldView is not crop specific. I think it is important to realize when we developed FieldView, it was mainly for the grains. So any equipment that basically works in GPS and ISO, which has a yield monitor, can be used in FieldView. So there are many of the vegetable crops that we have listed in FieldView already, but remember, if, for example, look at tomatoes where you physically have to pluck it over 15 weeks or so, you don't have a GPS reference for the tomato that you are then harvesting. So I think that you can't use for FieldView. You can still get the scouting tools, you can still use the GPS, you can still map your spraying, what you spray and when you spray, and of course then your application reports can be drawn from that specific field. So it tells you up to the liter what actively you sprayed and what data. So I think yes, you can use it on other crops as well, but you will be able to, you cannot use it on everything. Thank you, Hugo. I'm going to
30 seconds to think about it while I ask a follow-up question. And the question is twofold. Number one, if you look at the competitors in the market, other technology, why did you choose to use FieldView and not one of the others? That's the first question. Dit wil sê, hoekom het jy besluit op FieldView nie van die ander nie? En die tweede vraag is, as jy kyk in die pad af, wat sou jy baie graag
what would you have liked to have, or what are you missing, or where do you think something has to be added? So what kind of enhancements would you like to see from your experience? But so I'm going to give you a minute or two to think about that. I'm just going to come back to your remark regarding vegetables. Even though you cannot use everything, do you find that farmers do use it with success, or is it still a bit of a thing that needs to be developed, or are there things that you can still currently use? You know, many of our farmers do not just farm with one crop, it's different crops. I think where you can use the full package of FieldView, for example, if you do your soil analysis and you understand how your soil's physical and chemical characteristics look like, and if you have the yield layer with this GPS reference of what the crop is, where you can't use the yield analysis report, but you will still be able to map your equipment on FieldView. You will be able to use the satellite images and the reference points. So I think there's enough to use, and I think many farmers have different products. So if you have FieldView on one of your grains, you will use it on different fields as well. So I think there's enough to use on the other crops as well. But like we've mentioned, in terms of innovation, of course, all the time new things are added. So as the technology improves, I have, for example, saw that there are now clippers with each clip that you do, cutters. It comes up to the cloud and comes into the data, and if you have the data in Shapefield, you can draw it into FieldView, you can use it and get insights from that. Okay, I see there's a very nice question on the line. We will take it just now. This is a question just after this, but let me go back to Tyson.
I think starting off, when I came back to the farm, we were trying to get all the digital platforms, not the digital, but more of the software platforms working. And you would have to create boundaries and then export it with a USB into your desktop software. I mean, I came back from school trying to figure this stuff out, and for me it was a headache. And yeah, it's so complicated with the programs and the desktop software that we didn't end up using a lot of what we could do, just because it was difficult. And then through social media, everyone's on social media and everybody knows what's going on worldwide. You know exactly what's going on in other countries, which has made the world a lot smaller. And through social media, I found out about the FieldView that had been working in America, and then obviously it was starting to do the beta testing in South Africa. And to me, you hear about the ease of use with using the FieldView products. And then we got onto the beta testing and started using it. And for me, I think from the beginning, it was just the ease of use. I mean, anybody with a click of a button can get the stuff working and set up and go. From your collecting your harvest data to analyzing your yield data, analyzing your planted data, to creating prescription maps with seed and fertilizer, just really easy with a click of a button and drawing with a mouse. You just go. Whereas once you saved it on your computer, it's synced to the cloud, and then there it is on your iPad, plug it in the tractor, and there it is on your planting screen. You know, how much more simpler can it get? From where we came from, trying to do it with USBs and stuff was just a disaster. So I think for us is just the ease of it all. Everybody said that on this whole panel, and it literally is. So I've used it for 2-3 years now. It really is easy, and I think that was the main thing that got us onto it. And now we're trying to set everything up with FieldView products.
Thank you very much, Tyson. Very interesting. The
Armand, from your side, what made you decide to use FieldViews relative to the other platforms that are available? It was free. It was free. That was the first one. No, guys, I'm just making a joke. Our major reason why we went with FieldView is the transfer, the ease of data transfer from your screens to the cloud. We don't have to go and each day when you've done planting download the data and overload it. That's a big plus point for me. And of course then my wife is going to hate me now because I'm going to mix my language, the compatibility with different monitors. I mean, I can put it in a tractor, I can put it in an Acebus tractor, I can put it different, what we have applicable to our farming. We can use it in this different equipment. It uses the same cloud and everything is synced to there, so it made it a lot easier. Yes, I want to pick up on that point. So what you're mentioning is it doesn't matter, it doesn't mind what type of equipment you use. It's still the data that you can combine and use, and this was important in your business and decision. Yes, most definitely. I mean, because like I mentioned earlier, what we have to know what works and what doesn't work. And so everything that we can measure has to be measured, and it has to be available in one place that we can make an informed decision from there. So if I have a harvesting chart on my harvester and I want to compare it from a planter like a case planter, it does make it difficult. And the more difficult we make it for ourselves, the more we are inclined to not using technology. So, and this then comes, Tyson also said regarding the ease of use, it's really easy to use, and the decision making that we can take from there, it really makes it, we make so many more better and informed decisions from there. I'm going to come back to both Tyson and you, Armand, regarding what you would like to see more. Where does the thing has to go to? But there's a very interesting question here, and I think it's somewhere between Yigo and Jaco this question will lie, and I think both of them will have to speak a little bit about it. Why would I, if I already have JD Link in my operations center, why would I want to duplicate if I already have, if I want to use JD Link in my operations center? And is FieldView not more? Well, then I think the sentence basically comes down to the fact, to which level is FieldView and John Deere's equipment can you use, and to which level can you use the two together, or is it exclusive? So I think it's about, if already somebody is using JD Link already, where does FieldView fit in? And just a little bit, let's just stand still regarding that question. Thank you for the listener. I think that's a very good question, and we get it often. the farmers who already have invested in equipment with John Deere and Operation Center. The FieldView Drive and the iPad is nothing different than the JD Link. The difference between us is we can move it around, of course, from one equipment to the next equipment. And then it's important to realize that we are in partners with John Deere globally. Their machines combine all the data, and we can then draw it over to FieldView. You can also see that FieldView is basically one of the offerings on Operation Center under their more tools. You will be able to go to FieldView directly, but I think, of course, farmers who have mixed farmers or different farms in terms of equipment, where they have Case and John Deere and the different equipment, you can now also bring all your data together on one platform. So I think it's really, I don't want farmers to duplicate. If you already have that available and put it on your equipment and have already made that investment, use it most definitely. I think FieldView is just an additional platform that assists you to analyze your data, gives you the tools of the satellite images, which is part of the whole platform, and then of course you can also write your prescriptions on FieldView, and this sends your link directly to GDA. So I don't think it's about one or the other. I think the farmer has to use the platform that gives him the best information and that he can use. But I think John Deere, just like FieldView and many other modern platforms that are available, think about that integration of data and the free movement of data between the equipment, so the farmer can decide what's comfortable for him to use and really add value. Because at the end of the day, it's about the farmer. It's to assist him to, with all this magnitude of data points, be able to take effective and in time business decisions, so it makes a difference to his business. Jaco, do you want to add something there? Thank you. Yes, so I think, like you said, I think it's important that the producer must decide himself what works easiest for him. But I think for me it comes back more that it's not a competition. It is important to us that each farmer has access to FieldView, so that he can draw the advantage of that, so that each farmer has, if he has the advantage of have JD Link as well already, all the data is under one roof, and also the interactive relationship he can have with his ergonomic advisor. I think this is important. So I think there will always be that up and down, one or the other. I think FieldView brings quite a good summary of all the data that can be brought together, and gives you a summary from that to be able to make decisions from that. Thank you. I think just anybody, if you have any questions, is there somebody that has a question from the audience at this stage? Yes, of course. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm excited about two things. The one thing is to be able to hear that a lot of data, because many producers have a lot of data, that it can bring it together in one place. The second thing I heard this morning, which you have spoken very little about, is the fact that you use satellite images in combination with FieldView, because I think this can, when it comes to decision making and identifying of faults on errors on your fields, it can play a major role. Can you just expand a little bit how it works together and how it comes in and how it is used and how all the data is, please? Thank you very much. I think that's an interesting question, and I'm assuming, Yigo, this is exactly in your field of interest. Yes, thank you very much for the question. So we make use of the Sentinel satellites. They are some of the oldest satellites that are out there, and this is why the data has been available for so many years. So with Sentinel we get 5 by 5 meter resolution on the ground, and the farmer, the moment he creates a field boundary within FieldView, he gets 4 years historic images available. So you get 4 images a month, each an image each week. So but sometimes more, sometimes you get more images, but at least 4 a week. So there are limitations on it. So if you have many overcast days, or even an area that has a lot of overcastness, you won't get good images. If more of 30% of your field's boundary is overshadowed by a cloud, then you won't get an image, but you can. What FieldView also knows that the technology is advancing on satellites as well. So if you look at what's coming in the future, we have already have Airbus and Spots satellites that has a meter resolution on the ground. I think that technology is advancing, and I think we can just look at improved images in the future. And it's important to me to mention, if your requirement is in vegetables, or even if you have requirement, if you have tree crops where you want more detail, you with drone images you can also draw in that due intervals into the field view. So the difference with the drone is they fly lower and the resolution on the ground is a centimeter. So depending on what your requirement is on field view, it can address that requirement of yours. Comfortable with the answer? Any more questions at this stage from the audience? And then anybody online, you are more than welcome to send us any questions. I am going to pick up on a previous question which I asked Tyson.
To see the development going in what direction? What can they still add to the suite?
Off the top of my head, I can't really think of anything that we would like to see coming in already. I think Armand shared a few good ideas with me earlier, which he would share with you once I'm done. But for us, everything that's working at the moment is exactly what we wanted in the program, and I think it's just to get our heads around getting all the equipment set up with it at the moment, which is working fine for us. I think an important thing to note as well is that your field boundaries need to be pretty accurate. So I think what we're going to be working on as well is to get our field boundaries really accurate. Like the satellite mapping and stuff that comes through is guided by your field boundaries, and if your field boundaries aren't and stuff through it, it also measures that and then gives you satellite images with your roads. And so to try and separate the field boundaries and to get that more accurate is what we're going to be working on, and getting more machines set up to be running the field view, you know, from harvesters, planters, right through to sprayers. We're already doing that, but to mainly get everything set up is our next goal. But at the moment, you know, everything is working fine for us, and there's nothing off the top of my head that I can think of that they can still improve on.
I'm going to come back to you, Armand. Just now I've already given over to you, but I want to ask you, is there something that you want to add, something you would like to add to what Tyson has just said?
And the future is exactly that way. We listen to our growers, and if there's new features, we definitely want to, you know, take it up and develop it. I think one thing that we can look forward to tool. This will allow us to actually have multiple yield layers and automatically generate the zones for the farmers to make it easy to do variable rate scripting. And that will be also available for the satellite imagery going forward. So I think, yeah, I mean, it's by far not a perfect platform as it is, but there's always room for improvement, and we'll always keep on innovating.
To the future and the innovations just now, and I'm going to not let you off the hook. Armand, die bal is na jou toe gegooi.
Armand, the ball is in your court. You have a few good ideas for now. Yes, thank you. I just want to previous question from the audience, which what we do a lot with the satellite images, we are in the advantageous position that my farmer is our agronomist, and he is is on the farm every day, and those images we can really use to quickly identify errors and mistakes, be it illnesses or diseases or weeds, what it might be. And this really, yes, it makes it you can identify mistakes and errors quickly, and that your damages are lessened. So it really helps us a lot. So the agronomists can really work from this. And regarding that is to determine our crop yields and predict it. We took from what the best correlation is with the yield from last season with the images, and then we made that applicable, and we hope we can make proper yield predictions, and we see how it worked this season, so that you can be on the front foot with regards to marketing. And then what I would like to see that would be added to FieldView is something that I've spoken to you about, is maybe a cost center. So if you can then read in your product and then connect a value to it, for example, a specific toxin or a specific bag of seed at a specific cost, then I can in time see what I am spending at each dot in my land, in my field. And this is a question I asked earlier: what is the advantage that we get from precision? And this is to be able to know that I do not overspend on sections that will not give me the R&I, and vice versa, that I can spend more on places that will give me better yield. And I think it would definitely be something that will be very nice for me. And currently you almost have to use Excel or a different platform, where if you use your financial, if you can bring this together with a suffix or a marketing platform, but to see on a daily basis, like the price is adapted as I apply these things, this is the difference that it makes to my bottom line and my profitability, and eventually this is what we will keep us on the farms. Yield is one thing, but eventually the profitability, you talk about the bottom line, will keep you on the farm. Now, Gugu, that interaction from the science that you are busy with and the financial implication, that can be on the cash flow, but it can also be on the best allocation of limited resources. Is there a possibility to at some stage move towards that, or where are you standing with that currently? Definitely, I think what Armand just said now is something that we are looking at, a type of to bring to that level of decision making to the farmer at this stage. The yield layer that comes from your harvester, this tells you exactly, according to GPS reference, where what worked, and you can use field region reporting, a tool to be able to do that decision making and drive it further. But I think what Armand refers to is almost like a spatial layer that shows you how did your inputs perform throughout the year. So I think it is an excellent suggestion. It's something that will definitely be able to put on Climate's heart, and something we might develop in the future. Josie, can also ask your remark regarding that. Clearly the technology and the science is on one side, but on the other side is the farmer's pocket. Like Armand said, the bottom line will keep you on the farm. Yield is important, cost is important, but eventually the relationship between the two is that thing that will keep you on the farm. Yes, I think this is why, if you look at not just technology, which improves outputs and just improves yields, but also looks at technology that will decrease inputs specifically to make that profitability better. I think in the past, and I'm again talking about from own experience as a technology service provider, I'm completely focused on yield, and everything is about yield, and you only look at products that gives you 5%, and this one that gives you yield at 10%. At the end of the day, it's not all that it's about. Yes, it is very important, but you have to be able to maintain a sustainable farm. But you might have a lower yield than your neighbor, but you can have a lot more profitable farm if you then can manage your inputs better as well. And your inputs, there's definitely technology out there that can manage your inputs better. I think something like Climate or FieldView can maybe give us those inputs in real time, and I think this is what Armand is also mentioning. So if you get to that, if you can see on that platform where your problems lie, maybe your problem is not on yield, the problem is that your inputs are too high, and then identify that by means of technology on a platform like FieldView, and then look for technology to be able to address that problem for you. Thank you. And then we have a question which came on one of the online people. Can you, for example, ag leader of the past 15 years, the yield data, can you connect this to FieldView? Again, it's a question directly to you. Yes, thank you too. Yes, for sure. I think Agri is one of those platforms that use spatial data for many years, and I think we can now, of course, we can draw in ag leaders data into, and we can also draw it from FieldView to ag lead. So it's vice versa, and I think many of our agronomists use it currently. I would say yes. I think with FieldView, historical data can be put in through your data inbox, and you can bring it directly in from Agribiz. It's quite easy to do that. Kobus, I want to come back to you. You have been working for years with South Africa's most successful agriculturists and of course maybe less successful agriculturists. Where would you place technology as the differentiating factor between a successful farmer and someone that's maybe less successful? Yes, to you, thank you. Technology, the acceptance of technology is critical to be successful and eventually, and Armand mentioned it earlier, and to be sustainably successful. And I think eventually, if you cannot measure, eventually you won't be able to go ahead. And I think it keeps staying one of those more important things that needs attention, to see that the earlier the guys that took or also those producers that go ahead quicker, those that accepted technology earlier. I think what's important here as well is that we have a whole range of farming communities in South Africa from 250 to a few thousand hectares. And like Hugo explained earlier, some of the components of FieldView is scale neutral. In other words, a farmer that farms on 250 hectares can also get the advantage of the satellite images early on, but it's a major difference. You can get a 5,000 hectare farmer that has access to the best technology, but if he doesn't apply it properly and correctly, it won't be successful. And I think maybe I just want to connect to a point that was raised earlier regarding the sharing of data, like we also saw in the insert earlier. We handle this data very tacitly because it's the producer's data, but eventually the producer has to surround himself by experts. The producer has to decide who's the best soil expert, who's the best crop advisor, who's the best seed representative, and eventually those people and everybody through the FieldView technology, they can use it, they can interpret it, they can discuss it together. And like we have saw an example earlier, which was shared across a WhatsApp message in PDF, it can go to one of the crop advisors, and very quickly in a short space of time he can make a very good give good advice and go and visit that point and make sure that the best solution is implemented for that point. Back to Armand's point, it's about cost management. And also what Josie said earlier, many times we have to look at what is those cost eaters, and we have seen many examples already where a simple adaptation on your planter can change your plant accuracy, and that contributes to your higher yield and profitability. You can see these incremental adders will keep us in the future and to be able to produce more cost effective. And you agree with the point that eventually sustainability is equal to profitability. It is indeed that. So you have to farm profitable. We as Bayer, as a company, we look at high producing hybrids, and yield stability is very critical to us. But in the total combination of our suggestion and advice, or where we're going in the future with tailor-made advice, where we look at the correct plants with crop protection, and on the FieldView platform, it will become very important that profitability will become majorly important. Those are the things you can take to the bank eventually. Which you can take to the bank. That's a nice word. There are a few questions that came through to the digital platform. The first one is my soil analysis also accessible to FieldView? Hugo, I'm assuming this is for you, and I also think the second one, how can your crop yields and your soil chemistry, how can you compare them to each other? They probably fit together, but I would appreciate it if you can answer both these questions. All right, thank you to you. So definitely, yes, FieldView is a geospatial platform, so it means that any shape can be brought in, not just machine data, but also your soil physical and chemistry data. It's also important for me to mention, like it stands today, if our FieldView data inbox is not compatible with any soil lab and data, but it's something that we are working on hard to make sure that the most important labs data can be compatible with the FieldView inbox. So if it is in a shapefile format, you can draw it in, and the way to compare it is basically on the app, on CAD app, but you can also do it on the computer now. So you can basically split your screen and you have the GPS reference on both sides, so you can see what your yield data compares with your soil data. And if the shapefile is correct in FieldView and you select a specific soil chemistry, it will basically cut the data layer in Climate Cloud. So it's definitely something we're working on. Certain labs things do not work the same as others, and not necessarily compatible with FieldView's inbox. Then there's another question, and the question is, and we have spoken of it partly, and I think this is the reason why the question came to the fourth. Is it only Apple iPad that can be used, or Android as well? So when it comes to FieldView Drive and the collection of the data, FieldView Drive only works with Apple's iPad and Apple's iOS. But within Android, as if you have an Android phone, of course you can use all the other features in FieldView. You will be able to get FieldView in the Play Store, but you'll see you won't be able to download CAD app, and that's the reason for it, because an Android phone cannot connect to an Apple iPhone. But again, it's something we, especially in the last year, we have done a lot of Android development and also on the web version. But as it stands today, you can only collect the data with FieldView Drive if you connect it to the Apple iPad. A better further available, or is there a specific reason why you chose that technology? I think it's just it's an American development. It came from San Francisco, just like Apple, and I think at that stage the Apple iPad was the technology that we used to build the platform on. So as we moved and differentiated into the different parts of the world and where Android is used more, the development came with it. So I think with FieldView Drive, which connects directly to the iPad just to send the data through, yes, it's possible to do it in different ways as well. So for example, from your controller you can also draw the data with a data stick and load it to so the drive is not a deal breaker. So if he doesn't want to use the drive and the iPad in the cab, is a different way to get the data into the FieldView as well. And then any Android phone or even a tablet, you can download the FieldView app on the Play Store and be able to use all the functionality there. Just again a question, a little bit more from a starting point for Bayer as a company, as a agricultural technology service company. The FieldView technology, how does it fit into the bigger Bayer or the bigger Bayer strategy? And Kobus, I don't know if you want to talk about it or if Higu maybe wants to talk about it, but basically for a company who was highly technology in one specific area to almost draw in software, how do these things fit together, and if any, what's the value to Bayer for it? So I will start, and then Kobus might just fill. But I think if you look at the price of FieldView and the value that FieldView brings to the farmer, it's clear that we do not see it as, offer it as a separate product to the farmer. FieldView is part of Bayer's tailored solutions in the meantime, and to take decisions regarding our product is how to be able to position our products, not just the chemical stuff but also the seed products. And of course, if you look at how FieldView works, we would like to have our Bayer representatives and the farmers, bring them together to be able to make more data-driven decisions, and this is where FieldView is positioned and priced the way it is. Yeah, if I can maybe add there, just for interest's sake, and many of our producers will know there where there are cultivar trials where weight cars or even weight cells are used. So it's a very circumspect to be able to make cultivar comparisons. And what we see more and more as a company today is that more and more trials is used on the FieldView platform, and we're moving away from the older technology. So this means quicker and more trials can be done, I think, eventually to the advantage of the producer. And I think if we look at the future, it will go about digitalization of agriculture. We will see as we carry on, if you want to make use of the interpretation of all these data points, and will become very difficult to not do it on a platform like FieldView, because it's impossible to be able to compare everything on Excel one with the other. So I think the tailored solution, or the tailored solutions which Higu referred to, will become more and more important to us. Specifically tell a producer what is the best solution on each section of his farm, and in conjunction with that to be able to digitalize that. If you digitalize that, you will be able to understand it and visualize it, and you can then more easily react on it. Thank you, Theo. Yes, if I can just add something, it's also important for Bayer as a company to look at technology like this, and that producers use technology like this, so the molecules and the seed that they use in their farming businesses to be able to apply it as good as possible, and FieldView assists with that so that you can be able to farm more precisely and accurately. So the molecules and the genetics that we have there has to be protected. It takes many years to develop these things, and it costs a lot to develop it. So it's important for us that a platform like that is available to use it, so that we can be more innovative and protect our innovation and technology. I think there's another question from one of the viewers. Will FieldView already work with the newest iPad software, seeing that everybody has newer data as compared to the past? I'm assuming, Hugo, this is for you. Yes. Yes. So I will most definitely say the newest software is the best one to download. Normally we will suggest our farmers to either in harvest or plant time to be able to change the iPad software, work with the newest iOS version, but do it after you have planted or after you've harvested. And the reason why I say this is there's constant changes and updates where in any software world works this way, so that we test new things, but that we also make improvements in terms of connectivity and how the app works. But I would say the best time to do it is after planting or after harvesting. Then you know you don't have something that can go wrong while you are busy collecting data, capturing. But as it stands now, there's a new version of CAB available that came out a week or so, but our farmers are basically in a harvesting time. We suggest that make sure that the iPads, if you use multiple iPads, that they are on the same iOS and use the same version of CAB. And if you get after the season and you've done your data collection, you update your iOS and then also the CAB app at the same time. Good. Any questions here from the auditorium at this stage? We still invite you to ask questions for those people who are not present but who follow us on the digital platforms. Please send your questions. I want to refer to a point that you referred to earlier that you are busy with currently in the further development. Can you stand still with that? What it consists of, what the timelines are, what you are trying to achieve, and where will it add additional value to the agricultural sector? To you, I think the most important thing that we're working on currently is the universal script tool. We have spoken to our farmers regarding the advanced seeding script. What it means is if you have all your layers in FieldView, you understand how your soils vary, where you have to increase or decrease your inputs. But to be able to make that possible, and to basically write a recipe for your spraying and for your applicator and also for your planter, you require a script creator. So in FieldView Plus, which we've given our farmers, it's a manual process currently. You physically have to draw in your zones, and where it is a problem for farmers is when they have 200 or 300 field boundaries, because it just physically takes too much time. And the universal script writer takes that section away. It's what you want to use to be able to standardize your yield layer, and then you can also tell him which as many zones you want to manage, 3, 5 or 8 zones that you want to manage, and then FieldView will automatically generate these zones for you out of the 5 years data. So this is something that's very exciting and something that will bring everything together on the platform and will enable farmers to write their own scripts in FieldView. Now, of course, our big focus now is on trials. In the foreseeable future, we want to make it easier for the farmers to be able to lay out trials or get trial data and then collect that data for processing in FieldView. It's interesting for me when we speak about trials and stuff, we always talk about what do you compare it to. So if you have a variable rate, a fertilizer that you, or plant a seed, what do you compare it to see if that decision was the correct decision? And I think with FieldView, it just makes it easier for the farmer to lay out those trials, to harvest it, and then compare it. Thank you, Higu. I'm going to slowly but surely, this part of the discussion, I'm going to take it to one side. So if there are any last questions, please send them. We will still have time to address them. So if there are any questions, please send them in. We will stand still by them and look at them. Any questions from within the auditorium? Good. I am going to ask a few last questions, but it's going to be more about the future and where this development in technology is on its way to and what you can expect as we carry on. So lastly, I will get to you, Hichu, and talk to you about it, but I firstly want to start, Josie. Where do you see the developments and the bigger tendencies when it comes to precision farming, and where is the technology on its way to? Because each time when you look at the technology and you think, goodness, now we are at where we should be and can be, and if you look back now, there's actually quite significant things that can take place. So I want to ask you a question regarding where do you see it's on its way to, and where do you think the next big focus areas will lie? Thank you too. Yeah, I look at it from a technology equipment perspective, where I look at the future, and I think, as many have seen, there are major focus on tractors that drive themselves. But how we see it and how I see it is, it's good, and it might be that's the case one day, that tractors will drive themselves, but there won't be a tractor that can drive itself before the implement behind it cannot take its own decisions. So I see, and the suppliers and the manufacturers that we work with, there's a major focus to be able to get the implement at the back to make its own decisions, and there's a big focus on that. So the moment we have gotten the implement to make its decisions itself, then you can start moving to a tractor that can now drive itself. The focus at this stage is on the equipment side, is to get implements to be able to think for itself with many sensors that takes a lot of data and inputs into consideration and takes a decision, and this is definitely the focus at this stage regarding technology and equipment. This will have to be a forerunner before you get tractors that can drive themselves. The implement must be able to do that first. Yes, definitely. There's no point in you have a tractor without a driver and the implement doesn't know what to do. So I think it's also the technology that we have make available in South Africa specifically, especially the planters where the planters start thinking for itself. It sits with the sensor inside the soil. That sensor measures soil moisture, as well as if the moisture decreases, then the planter goes deeper, so it can think for himself to automatically to plant deeper by itself. As such, technology is definitely starting to come. It's in the beginning in South Africa, but the focus is more and more to get the equipment, even with tillage equipment. So if you have to till deeper, so that that equipment can either work deeper or more shallow as required, so they think for themselves. Thank you, Tyson. From your point of view, and I'm going to talk a bit more about, you talked about
into risk management and differentiation of crops and mitigation of events that might occur in a specific crop. Is there a role that technology can play in that respect?
I think for us is and like a few guys have said already, once you know you have the there's more factors that are helping you make decisions. So I think as to collecting all this data is all very good and well, but I mean, if you're not using it, what's the point? So I think it's to collect all this stuff and to help you make more informed decision about where you're going, what you're planting, are you doing the right things, are you doing the wrong things. In terms of different crops that we're planting, you know, are your ROIs on a certain crop good enough to be able to be sustainable and to keep doing, or should you be changing? And with all the data collection, like some folks have said already, is you can pinpoint, you know, where are you making mistakes, where are your costs per hectare maybe too high, or where you need to adjust. So I think mainly it's the whole data revolution maybe is more helping us at the moment make more informed decisions about what we need to be doing on a daily basis and how do we get better quicker. I think is one of them.
Just before we get to Armand, there's a question, I think it's for Hichu again.
is 'n iPad nodig of sal 'n iPhone
Is an
ook
iPad
kan
necessary,
werk
or
met
will an
data?
iPhone also work with the data centers to collect the data? Thank you. As it stands today, you can only collect the data with an iPad. And I want to say that there, of course, is future development that will take place in FieldView. The cost of an iPhone is about just as much as an iPad, so don't let the size fool you there. But, I think in the future there would be a way which we will get the data without the iPad being in the cab. But I think it's important that the consumers understand today that if you want to use the FieldView drive, you have to have an iPad in the cab. Okay, you can have the iPad and the drive that you can move around. So if you're done planting, you can put it in your sprayer, you can put it in your applicator, and then from there you can move it to your harvester. So the whole system is totally mobile, but each drive has to have its own iPad to collect the data correctly and then send it up to the Climate View cloud. Armand, from your side, if you take yourself back maybe 2 or 3 years ago and you would describe this trip, and I'm describing from the angle that it means to you and what it can mean to other people to not do, what would your remark be regarding that? No, it added an immense amount of value to our business, truly. I think I don't want to say from a point of almost no return that brought us back, but I think what precision technology brought to the table on our planters, on our harvesters, on our sprayers, or the collection of it makes me extremely excited for what the next 3 years will hold for us. And I think I am very excited about the future, and I think truly what will still be added. Yes, I don't know what it will be. My gut feeling tells me it's going to be in plant health, something maybe regarding that will be focused on, maybe. I don't quite know. What you can improve. Josie and them know everything. They measure everything in the soil. I don't know what can still be improved on the harvester and so forth, but it'll be there. They will think up on something, but what it means to us is an immense amount. I'm sorry I couldn't physically put it for you in a cash value, but it will be a few rands. So in your case, it is the cost should not be the factor that prohibits you from doing it. No, not at all. I see many guys ask questions about iPads. It's really not that expensive. So put the iPad in. The effort that it will take to drive with your bucky and then put that USB drive and drive home again will eventually cover the iPad's cost at some stage. In any case, I think the cost should not be. Of course, there has to be some obviously things that which payback effort is not what it should be on in terms of other things, but I think on the bigger picture, I think it shouldn't be a factor. Thank you, Armand Kobus. Your view, we've heard that there are different viewpoints in terms of where it's on its way to. Your general remark regarding that? I think our future looks very good. I think we haven't seen the end regarding mechanization worldwide. Worldwide, there is a lot of good technology on its way. If we maybe just look at the weed control in the past, with an aircraft or a bulk sprayer or a high-end spray, we've covered the whole surface because we didn't have better technology to be able to control, make it target specific with weed controlling spray. So I think this will be the facets that will be used more and more in South Africa, where with sensors we identify the live weed and will then spray it specifically. I think what is very important with all the technology that we will implement is that of course it has to be an advantage for the environment, and if we can apply less active ingredient per hectare, then we also look after the environment. We have to look at that aspect as well. There's an economic advantage for the producer, the profitability increases, but we're also looking at our planet Earth after it, so that we make sure we'll only apply the necessary products on each hectare. So I think as new problems arrive, the moment we still, as long as we have innovative companies, and South Africa is attractive for these innovative companies. We're going into a good time for agriculture development, especially on the technology side. Just lastly, any questions from the auditorium? Apologies, man. Any last round questions? Online as well? No good. Then I'm going to ask Hichu and Yaku. I'm going to ask them regarding the future, what they're busy with. But firstly, I'm going to ask a question to them. When new problems comes, there's new solutions. So if the new problems stop, then we will get stuck. Kobus, is this what you mean? No, fortunately not. So I think if innovative companies we know, and we work in a biological environment, so we know there will be often new problems that come to the fore. I'm not talking about political problems. And then, of course, as an innovative company which wants to take agriculture into the future, we will look at on our agronomic side, just from our short stature corn that we're looking at. We look at expansive wheat killer tolerances. So in the future, we know there are more coming for the future, and I think in that future, to be able to use that complex situation in the future to be able to make us more effective, we have to look at technology more and more like FieldView. So I think as an innovative company, our existence is to keep the farmer profitable. So, and that in effect, we have a place as a company like ourselves. Thank you, Kobus. Yaku, I'm going to conclude with Hichu, but just from your side, what makes you the most excited? As if you talk to farmers, what makes them the most excited regarding FieldView? And what do you think is the biggest single contribution that it makes to a farmer's sustainability? Thank you, yes. So like we have spoken about, the whole day FieldView can bring quite a lot to the table, but I think something which my conversation with producers from their side is the fact that they've seen that they can bring all this data to one place, and it's really nice because then they can compare everything. We talk about the soil images that you can compare with your satellite images, or the cultivars, or the variants that are compared, and also spray programs. So I think this is all where it takes place they can see the whole farm as a trial where they have all this data under one roof, and they see this is what happens, and so see this is where they have to invest, and this is where they have to invest less. And I think this is what brings the value to them, the fact that all the data is under one roof and everything can be compared with one another with the analysis that FieldView gives to them regarding this data. Thank you. Hichu, the last word belongs to you. So firstly, I want you to just talk about what you are busy with, and then eventually what the farmer can expect, and what is your experience. Why is it something that you absolutely have to look at? I think why you have to look at FieldView is just because technology progresses quickly, and where that progress comes equipment that crosses your path to assist you to make better decisions, to be sustainable and also profitable, to farm both ways. I think what's important FieldView gives to them is gives you both. So we are not a platform that just works on certain equipment. We work on all the equipment, and I think we also work hard at it to get all the partner platforms out there involved in FieldView. So it's for any farmer, doesn't matter which level of precision he farms at, but also for all the ergonomics that support the farmers on the farm. FieldView helps you to make those decisions easier in conjunction with the farmer, and I think if all the industry uses FieldView together, we will just strengthen our farmers on the farmers, especially in the conditions that they have to see on the farm every day. If it's not drought, it's too wet. If it's not economic things, it's COVID. So there will always be something that is a challenge, and I think FieldView is that data platform that can assist us to be able to have the farmers make better business-driven decisions just quickly. In the future, what are you busy with currently? Currently, I think some of the most exciting things that we are working with currently is to lay out a FieldView script and to be able to analyze that data. So it connects to the universal scripting tool that I mentioned earlier, which basically takes the satellite images and the yield layers and automatically to be able to generate those automatically for the farmer to do his variable rate scripting. I think this is one of the most exciting things that is in the pipeline in the near future. Thank you very much. I just want to I'm talking about precision farming. I just want to thank everybody precisely in this panel. Thank you. I think it's a very valuable session. I think something that to have highly technological expert information that is transferred to people. So I want to thank every one of you, Armand, Jaco, Jehu, Tyson, Josie, and Kobus. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you that you have spent this time with us on this platform. Many of the questions have been answered. I trust that we have gone through it in total. We are going to look at another farmer that talks about his experience of it. This is Willie Dreyer, and we're going to look at Willie Dreyer, who tells us why he specifically uses FieldView and what it means to him.
FieldView allows me to put all my data on one platform from the past 11 years and analyze the data to see where we can optimize our crops and where we have faults in our crops and where there are problem areas we can detect. With the help of FieldView, GR trials that vellum gives about 300 kilos increase in yield where we've been using it. FieldView allows us to make better informed decisions for the crop for the next year.
Yes, so Thew, thank you very much that you have led the session for us today. Just to sum up the day, so I think we have shared a lot of information, what Field is about and what we use it for and what it can mean to you. I think it is important to us that producers on the farmers stay on the farms like we've mentioned today, and I think FieldView is definitely a platform that can assist to manage your farming easier and more effective. And yes, please reach out to us. Please start at your Bayer representative. He is with you in the environment. Please, if there are any questions after the fact, reach out to us. We are there to answer them for you. So just to sum it up, I think I can just sum it up by thanking everybody. I think there was quite a few producers, quite a lot of producers, and also thank you for everybody that attended today. Thank you, Jaco. Just from my side, the first thing is, I think it is clear what we have spoke about, that a successful farming business is a community asset. It's a community asset for the people who work there. It's an asset for the owners. It's an asset for the suppliers. It's an asset for the collectors. And I think any type of technology or any type of development that can support this community asset to keep it sustainable, you have to support and you have to look at. Without these community assets, South Africa won't just have a problem with food, but also a problem with employment, with development, with a whole rural economy. So anything that really seriously contributes to the sustainability of the community assets in the rural, we have to support. Lastly, if you're on your way home, there is a food packet at the exit where you go. For those of you who have driven further, there's at least a sandwich, I'm assuming, that you can chew on. But from my side, thank you very much. I think it was very insightful, and everybody who contributed, thank you. For the technical guys, I think you have brought your side, done your part, so thank you very much. It's good and well, and enjoy your day.